Mr. Rue, can you hear us, Mr. Rue?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you.
Recording in progress.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the last calendar year meeting of the Board of Investments here today. We will go ahead and do a call to order and then Pledge of Allegiance. If Debbie, you wouldn't mind doing that for us, appreciate it.
Ready? Yeah.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Linda, would you do our typical procedural AB 2449?
Yes, Mr. Rue will be joining us virtually. Mr. Brew, can you confirm if there's anybody under the age of 18 in the room? Or the
No, not right now.
later?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Under 18. I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
Just a comment there, Trustee Rue, your ring lighting looks great. Your lighting is perfect, man. Your skin looks good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. This meeting is being conducted as a virtual meeting, and I will do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. Ms. Ginsburg? Here. Ms. Mead? Here. Mr. Green? He's on his way. Mr. Rue?
Here.
Ms. Martin? Here. Mr. Gatto? Here. Mr. Fay?
Here.
Mr. Jones?
Here.
And Ms. Langton? Here. Okay, staff participating in the meeting include CIO John Grable, CEO Santos Kryman, Deputy CIO Jude Perez, Chief Counsel Stephen Wright, Deputy CEO Louis Lugo, AEOs JJ Popovich and Laura Guglielmo, and CFO Tate Granger. Staff presenting today are going to be Scott Drazel, Magdalia Armstrong, Kwok Win, Catherine Tan, Cheryl Liu, John Kim, and Calvin Chang. Consultants on site include Makita, Stepstone, and Alborn. Trustees, please use your raise your hand option to be placed in this queue. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute your mic until you're ready to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda.
All right. From the reading of the minutes, were there any amendments, changes at all from my colleagues at all to it? If there being none, can I have a motion to approve?
Okay, Mr. Green is absent. Mr. Rue? Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Ginsburg?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Aye.
Ms. Mee?
Aye.
Mr. Gatto? Mr. Fay?
Aye.
And Ms. Langton?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Well, do we have any public comment at all?
We do not.
All right. The executive update with the kickoff with Mr. Grable.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, trustees. As the chair indicated, this is the last board meeting of 2024. I guess that's in some sense a wow. The year has flown by. It's been an interesting year, interesting to be underscored. Looking back, it's a year of, strong equity market performance. I think just now in the break saw that the NASDAQ crossed 20,000 for the first time. Other markets keep crossing various thresholds. Looking ahead, I think that will be a lot of focus on the macro environment in 2025 and beyond, with an evolving cost of capital, lots of global tensions, be they military, social, economic, and other, just a lot of uncertain impacts from those. But I believe that the fund is well positioned for that. And as we begin today's meeting, in some sense, every meeting is kind of an ending and a new beginning. And so before we get to go to the order today, I'll wish everyone, a happy, healthy year. Best wishes for an incredibly prosperous for the fund 2025. It's always my wish. Slide number 4, please. So this shows the global market performance as of November 30th, 2024. I think maybe I'll date myself that the numbers on these charts and really is like the plot in a bad dime store novel. They're just so extraordinary. If we look at the top left, the MSCI ACWI IMI, which is our global equity market benchmark. We just had a presentation in the Real Assets Committee about benchmarks. We can see 1 year, 25, +%. That's just not anything that we anticipated. There's been, over the last month, continued strong performance in the equity markets post, election. But once again, these numbers, the 5-year annualized numbers of 11%, 10 years of 9%, annualized, those are rather strong numbers, well in excess of our capital market assumptions. Fixed income represented on the top right, the Bloomberg US Aggregate Bond Index. And when I talk about fixed income, I'll talk about it in 2 ways, consistent with our functional framework. First is rates. and that is the U.S. Aggregate Bond Index. We've had decent returns as yields have declined over the last 12 months. And here you can see over the 1 year, to have a near 7% return in fixed income, once again, is above our capital market expectations. If we go down to the bottom table in the fixed income categories, we can see some components of credit, high yield bonds, and leverage loans. And if we look at the 1 year numbers, we can see high yield bonds and leverage loans both had double-digit returns for the year. So once again, above our capital market assumptions. And when stocks, bonds, credit are all doing this well, that portends well for portfolios as a whole. And that's can be seen in the where we say reference portfolio, which is kind of the hypothetical 60-40 portfolio. Over the 1 year period, that's up about 23%. So it's an environment that fosters lots of genius in terms of looking backwards. Slide 9, please. Thank you. This shows the results for the pension through October. Here we can see that it was a down month for the fund as a whole. The pension was down 0.9% net. And once again, net is an important word today, given that we have our annual fee report. Everything that we do is net, and we show the burden of the fees in our numbers every single month. The market value of the fund, we finished at $80.8 billion. Nice way to end the fiscal year, north of 80 billion. Or actually, this isn't the end of the calendar year, but our last meeting of the year. We can see cash equivalents in the bottom middle chart at over $1.2 billion at a very comfortable level. And we've had a lot of cash movements in terms of rebalancing as we implement the board approved strategic asset allocation, which is on the right in the asset allocation donut chart or table or graph. And we make our final move on January 1st to the final targets that the board approved back in May. Next slide. And the next slide is where I'll dedicate most of my comments to. This slide details performance of the pension and OPEB and the major functional categories over various time periods compared to benchmarks. For the pension, which is the top portion, fiscal year to date, we are above our actuarial pacing. That's fantastic. That's what we want to be. And for the 10-year period, on the right, we can see that 7.6% annualized return is above our custom benchmark as well as our actuarial benchmark. And once again, long-term numbers matter. That's what impacts, what the contributions from our members and the continued readiness that we have to pay member benefits is all driven. We show, I think it may be in the CEO report, the LACERA dollar, and that the significant percentage that comes from investment returns. That is demonstrated right here in the column under 10-year annualized return. We've had strong performance across our functional categories. Fiscal year to date, credit is our best performing functional category. It is up 5.1% compared to 3.9% for the benchmark. And I'll note, as I have much of this calendar year, the performance of private equity. It's detailed in the quarterly performance book that is in the board package. It's embedded in the growth line in pension, as private equity is a significant component of our growth portfolio. 1 year, private equity is up 3.7%. that's not on this slide. It's in the materials that underlie it, and their benchmark is up 18.7%. That's something that we've mentioned various times this year. So we have 15% underperformance. That's structural given the dramatic outperformance of public equity, given that our benchmark is public equity plus a premium that's not investable. But that is our benchmark. And here I'll do some math, which is PE accounts for 17% of our fund allocation. We've underperformed that its benchmark by 15%. So if we multiply negative 15% by 17%, that equates to about negative 2.55%. If we go back to the slide and we see under the 1-year column, the pension has underperformed the benchmark at the total fund level by 2%. Private equity's underperformance of 2.55% is more than 100%, or accounts for all of our underperformance. So or said differently, absent private equity, every other asset category is outperforming. And much of that is structural. So I think that this is important to highlight today for several reasons. One is we have our fee report. Private equity accounts for 40% of our fees, and it's 17% of our allocation. We always want to be compensated goal aligned for the risks that we take. So I think that that's part of our strategic initiatives. So it's just something to bear in mind today. Couple thoughts are, one, I'm not recommending that we exit private equity. It's something that the board reevaluates every 3 years or so when we do our strategic asset allocation. We look at the various asset categories that we allocate to. Also, you can't really exit overnight at the value that we hold it at. That would be a rather significant secondary sale at a discount. But some things to put in context. One is I'll give a shout out to our private equity team in that our co-investment and secondary program is outperforming, the private equity program as a whole, and it's saving fees. So going back to that fee discussion that we'll have later today, that is net additive or less dilutive as it relates to underperformance. Compared to peers, 3 out of the last 5 years, and this was in last month's structure review, we've had top quartile private equity performance. So this is something that's not unique to LACERA. So we're outperforming on a peer basis, but dramatically underperforming, our benchmark. And it's also, some context is helpful. We've had the opposite benchmark impact. If you go back to, fiscal year 2022, which was a very difficult year for public pension plans, we were up 10 basis points. Our benchmark was down 4.6%. The median pension plan was probably down, the team may know, or Tim may know, 5% plus. It was remarkable that we were up 10 basis points. That fiscal year, private equity returned 30.3% and added 4.1% to total fund performance. So, that year, I wasn't up here saying there's structural issues with our PE benchmark, we were not that good. I think that we have to look at the fund as a whole over various time periods. And there are periods in which we have benchmark anomalies. Sometimes they're positive, sometimes they're negative. But private equity this year is hurting us. In the past, it's really helped us. And longer term, it's more the latter in terms of it benefiting the fund as a whole. OPEB on the bottom of the slide was down 1.9% for the month. The movement there is driven more by public markets than the pension as a whole. It's a much more allocations are more in public markets than in private markets. Interesting to note, if we look at the 1-year performance for OPEB, near 22%, a phenomenal number. Notwithstanding that, the 10-year number, it's still below the pension. So I think that I'm a big believer in diversified portfolios, and the numbers hopefully prove that. Market value of OPEB finished at 4.3 billion. Turn to slide 16, please. Thank you. This slide shows the unaudited change in our fiduciary net position. If we go back to the actuarial training that the board has had, when we think about C plus I equals B plus E, contributions plus investments equals benefits plus expenses, that's kind of what is represented on this chart. The chart here shows 12 months of those changes. October is one of 2 negative months in the last 12. That's kind of a great track record. We shouldn't expect that. But so we've been kind of fortunate. And some thoughts about this slide are the light blue portion is kind of the sky blue color is the bar that represents monthly benefit payments. The green portion are the employee and employer contributions. And the green portions you can see is smaller than the light blue portion. That's really the environment we operate in. And this graph shows why investment earnings, just to go back to that pension dollar, are so important for us. So if you look at the darker blue, and I took out my paint wheel this morning, it's corn flour. The darker blue is that the corn flour chart matters, or portion matters so much because we need investment earnings to compensate for the fact that the light green portion is smaller than the sky blue portion. That's our basic operating environment, and may come up tomorrow in the audit committee meeting. But our portfolio really is designed with this graphical representation in mind. Drawdowns or investment losses are significant for mature pensions. That's what we are. And that is foundational to our investment beliefs and why asset allocation is the primary investment belief that the fund has. And rather than ending on a negative note that October was a down month, we'll just turn to slide 20. And under key initiatives, I'll just highlight that next month we'll have a presentation that we're busy working on and a discussion on our strategic initiatives and work plan as we head into 2025. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to pause and stand for questions.
All right. Any questions from my colleagues Trustee May?
I do like to invite for a discussion on the macro environment looking forward in 2025 and further with the new administration. I'd like to hear comment from both the team and then consultant. What I shared earlier in the committee meeting, what I see is that I don't see the interest rates coming down. With the tariff would push the price going up, inflation stay high, and also deportation would have a shortage in labor that would also cause the price go up. And then the unemployment rate would stay down because of shortage in labor if there's a deportation. So looking ahead, I'm thinking this like high interest rate environment. And then I feel like we are well positioned for that, like for last round of asset allocation. But I'd like to hear from you. What do you think of this environment, and then how would that impact our portfolio?
Yeah, and while I answer it, I'm sure Tim is consulting his crystal ball. I think that the short answer is I don't know. The thoughtful answer is that there's a lot of words being said, and yet the ultimate magnitude, actions, and counteractions as it relates to something like tariffs, no one knows what's going to happen. And it's one thing if there are tariffs and no retaliation. It's very different if there is a retaliatory environment with key trading partners. So we don't know what will happen. The one thing that I do know, and allows me to sleep at night, and all of us and our members to be able to sleep as it relates to the performance and the durability of our portfolio is the portfolio is designed for high growth environments and low growth environments, high inflation and low inflation. And that's really the beauty behind our functional framework, that we have assets that are grouped together to perform in those different environments and different combination of high and low growth, high and low inflation. And we have something in our portfolio that will perform, and we have things that balance out underperformance based upon the unknown. That investing fundamentally is unknown future states, and our portfolio is not single-threaded, it's multi-threaded such that we're best positioned for that unknown. Now, your crystal ball.
What he said.
Yeah.
I would say that, markets are a pricing mechanism for all of these different things that are coming, and there are always dynamics that change in markets. We saw that with changes in Chinese policies over the course of the year and the impact on those markets. We've already priced in a lot of what I would call the anticipated change as the election results got closer to being predictable. You did see the long end of the interest rate curve come up in response to some of the inflationary pressures that you're talking about. Also, potential for increased deficits. What's interesting about the long end of the curve coming up and interest rates generally being high in the US and maybe slowing growth rates and lower interest rates elsewhere is that also leads to strength in the dollar. So the strength that we've seen in the dollar actually mitigates quite significantly the inflationary pressures that a consumer would feel. So there's balancing mechanisms that happen there as well. And I'd say the other piece of it, while we do have certainty of what the new environment's going to be like, we don't know the magnitude of any of the policies or the timing of the policies. I think you've seen a little bit of moderation in some of the anticipated results just because rhetoric's one thing and then implementation's a different thing. And usually these things get diluted. It's politics. There's a lot of horse trading back and forth, right? So, if there was a projection for what the deficit was going to be, it's probably going to be directionally correct, but it's not going to be right in the magnitude because all that stuff gets watered down over time. That's sort of the nature of what goes on with politics. And I think the other thing to keep in mind, just one last thing. So we did contemplate a lot of this with the strategic asset allocation, and I would just characterize some of it a little bit differently. I don't believe that we're in a high rate environment. I think that we've exited an extremely low interest rate environment that we had post GFC, and now we've returned to something that's like a new version of the old normal. But I do think that this is a stable, more moderate level of interest rates that we can expect for a period of time. But I don't believe that this is a high interest rate environment. It's just higher than we're used to.
One thing to add is in the quarterly performance book, we have various scenario testings and stress situations on the portfolio, and some relate to movements in interest rates, and there are a variety of different scenarios there. So that's something that the board can look at, and the portfolio is more diversified than ever. And that's something that the strategic asset allocation did look at different scenarios to kind of dampen that volatility.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Fay.
Just a quick question on the bottom part of the slide. How much exposure did we have to Ken Leach? I know if he was co-CIO, we had exposure, but is any of the stuff that the SEC is charging him with had anything to do with us at all? Could it have affected us at all?
No, the SEC is investigating Western Asset. I think that it's single digit millions, $13 million. It's a small pool. It's in the healthcare trust, I believe.
Got it. Okay. Just want to make sure that there's nothing that we.
And they're very tight guidelines around that. It's
okay.
All right. Taking a look at David. Any other questions for John? All right. Thank you very much, John. see. All right. So then our member spotlight.
Good morning.
JJ, good to see you.
Trustees, how's everybody doing today? This is the member spotlight. It's a way for LACERA to recognize the public servants who take care of the constituents of LA County. It's also an opportunity for all of us to reflect on why we do what we do as we serve the members and empower them to enjoy a healthy and secure retirement. And so this month we recognize Vera Ashley Potter, who is and it's a long title, Supervising Child Support Specialist, Child Support Services Department. She's been working for the county for 41 years, almost her entire life. She started right out of high school and has worked her way up within the Child Support Services Department. She loves working with the public, taking care of people and providing service and making a difference in people's lives. She's not done yet. She's got another couple of years before she's going to retire, and then she'll enjoy traveling and volunteering. So we recognize Miss Ashley Potter for her service and thank her. And that's it. Thank you.
Potter. And then lastly, in the executive update session, Santos with our chief executive report. Thank you. Welcome
Chair,
aboard, you.
Chair Jones, trustees, good morning, everyone. Very brief CEO report. Wanted to, I provided a CEO report in your packet, and so I just want to go over a couple of highlights. Our management offsite we held on November 19th. I thought it was a very, very good offsite. We talked a lot about work culture. We talked a lot about the strategic plan. We're refining some of the objectives and goals that we've identified, and we've identified also those items that we've completed as well. So moving forward, the staff is putting together some action plans to make sure that we stay focused on executing on the strategic priorities of the board of retirement and as well as the board of investments. And so I do want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Grable for attending that particular offsite with his staff as well. So I thought it was very productive. It was a good way for the investment side to interact with the retirement side. And so I thought that was a really good use of our time, quite frankly. We're in the process of continuing to bird dog, I guess is the best word to use, the windfall elimination program and the government pension offset, which is a detriment to public employees that have their Social Security benefits reduced as a result of their pension. So the House passed a bill. The Senate needs to vote on it by, I believe they said by the end of I think it was January 3rd is really the deadline, but they're saying that it has to be a little bit earlier in order for them to pass it. Talking with our consultants, they're not real hopeful that the Senate is going to move on it because there's just too much time and too many other issues that may be more important at this point in time. And so we're preparing to make sure that we make another run at them at the end of the next legislative period. But we're still hopeful that they do pass it. I know that the fire department and the sheriff department folks are lobbying very hard in Washington to try to get that passed. And so we'll also be in Washington, D.C. in January on our annual trip, and we'll make sure that we highlight that to our California delegation.
I don't mean to say this cynically, but given that my understanding is that there's supposed to be a reconciliation process going on, Lord knows what gets thrown into it. So
yeah,
there's a chance to throw it on the back of the truck. Make sure you guys get it on the back
exactly.
Of the truck.
That's I think that's the only chance we really have.
Yeah, gotcha.
At this point in time. Retiree healthcare, I'm happy to inform the trustees that the Board of Supervisors on November 26th approved an increase in the lifetime maximum benefit from $1 million to $1.5 million. We appreciate that. It was a long collaboration, long negotiations, a lot of technical information was shared. We still don't see eye to eye on some migration trends and other things, but the deal is that we agreed to reconsider that particular item again in September of next year so that we can either increase it even more or eliminate altogether. I know that the board trustees, their goal is to eliminate it completely. And so that's what we're striving to do.
Yeah, credit to you, Santos. I know that's been a multi leadership run at that windmill, if you will. So
yeah, well, I appreciate that, but I do want to recognize my staff. Lewis did a wonderful job, magnificent job. The consultants did a great job. Cassandra, our retiree healthcare benefit person, did a fabulous job as well, trying to get the facts on the table and trying to convince them that these are good numbers in terms of what our consultants were using as opposed to what their consultants are. And it's really about migration trends. Their issue is that they believe that if you open up the unlimited, that all the Kaiser folks are going to become Anthem Blue Cross people, and that just doesn't happen. And so that's what we're going to explore in September when we start discussing it. So those migration patterns will be important.
I want to say a few words real quick. Just want to, on behalf of the members, say thank you for the hard work on this. I talked to a few retirees, this is directly impacting them. They're very happy, very grateful. So again, great job and thank you for your hard work on this. It's really meaningful.
Thank you. So that's really all that I wanted to bring to your attention. So I'd be more than happy to stand for questions.
questions from my colleagues? Mr. Rue, anybody? Okay. There being none, thank you, senior team. Okay. So we're gonna jump to report A. It's going to be slightly amended from the official agenda that you have here, and then we'll come back to the non-consent item. But our much anticipated annual update from LACERA Tide. I assume that's Scott and okay. Gonna bring the team up. Awesome. Full compliment. Love it.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
It's a full team effort. Great. Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, trustees. Report 8A provides for the board's review and update on LACERA's Tide efforts, basically how we try to promote an inclusive workplace culture internally at the investment partners with whom we work and who manage capital on our behalf, as well as in the broader financial services industry. Our efforts are, of course, rooted with an objective of strengthening our position to fulfill our mission to members. So let's jump to slide 2, which is going to present the game plan for today's discussion. We'll go over some quick background on LACERA Tide and its core objectives, then review activities in the 5 pillars that constitute Tide's activities, and then wrap up with some thoughts and takeaways that the team has had an opportunity to discuss trend lines and offer some considerations by the board of where we think we're at and where we're going. Slide 3 highlights that Tide is one of the 5 strategic initiatives that are incorporated in the investment division's work plan, as illustrated here. And as John mentioned, will be reviewed again at the next January board meeting. Through the various activities of Tide, as the team will go over, LACERA endeavors to mitigate risks and enhance returns. It aims to complement our multifaceted approach to stewarding assets with a sole focus on meeting the fund's investment objectives. Slide 4 is providing a little bit further background to level set with the board that LACERA, of course, has a long history of initiatives and approaches of encouraging inclusive and equitable workplace practices, both internally and in the ecosystem in which we operate. Through discussions with the board in 2020, we consolidated all those efforts under the Tide umbrella. And in doing so, we added more intentionality by defining some short and longer term objectives throughout the 5 pillars. And we now track progress through annual reviews like today's discussion to try to get an earnest assessment of where we're at, what we think is going well, what we think we can maybe do better, and try to refine our approach. Through these efforts, we try to capture the upside benefits of inclusive talent management, both internally and as well as at our business partners, such as empirical evidence highlighted here that shows that teams with diverse backgrounds tend to produce better outcomes. But we also want to mitigate downside risks, like the risks of poor employee morale, lower productivity, litigation and reputational risks that arise when discrimination or harassment take place. So let's move on to slide 5. So again, guided by the mission, the board has incorporated explicitly into the investment policy statement that constructive talent management and inclusive practices are key to our ability to producing and protecting returns. We have taken a broad view of diversity, inclusive of professional backgrounds, as well as a range of demographic attributes that includes disability, gender, the LGBTQ community, racial and ethnic backgrounds, and more. The approach throughout all of TIDE's efforts are intended very intentionally to be integrated. It is a full team effort within the investment division and within our collaborators in legal office and throughout the agency. And through the annual review, we aim to provide some updates and again, share some insights, talk about where we anticipate the next steps are heading. So to break down the structure a little bit more, slide 6 illustrates how TIDE is organized into 5 pillars. These 5 pillars are intended to work synergistically to advance the board's policies and to consider DI really throughout our investment process. They're organized intentionally from left to right on those pillars by the extent to which LACERA has some control. So we intentionally start on that left side with the first pillar focusing on our internal efforts to cultivate an inclusive workplace culture within the investment division. The second pillar is how we diligence, monitor, and try to influence the investment partners that we work with and engage. The third pillar takes it down to the portfolio company level and how we try to exert some influence through proxy voting and some focused dialogues with engagement initiatives. The fourth pillar on capital formation is about how we try to enhance our opportunity set of the firms that we can do business with by fostering opportunities for new firm development and growth. And then lastly, that industry advocacy effort are some of our projects to collaborate with peers, with industry associations, to try to identify and disseminate good practice with the aim, of course, of further expanding the range of firms with good practices from which we can choose and who can manage capital on behalf of our mission. So in slide 7, the full investment team is really working on this effort. We're divided into kind of different working groups behind each of the pillars. And the team that you see at the table are representatives from each of those pillars to kind of go over our collective notes. Where we want to highlight as we launch into today's update that we have seen some progress across five pillars over the years that we've been doing the TIDE efforts. So for example, in the internal practices, as Magdalia will speak to, the internship program that the investment division runs has continued to expand its reach of the schools we work with, the academic disciplines that are represented. And internally, we've continued to enjoy a number of internal promotions and cross-team transfers. On the due diligence pillar, as Kwok will review, we continue to have strong response rates from the firms that we're diligencing, among probably some of the highest that we've seen among our peers. And we now have more information than ever about our investment partners and are seeing some signs of progress on who's represented on their investment teams. The team is also creating new initiatives that previously did not exist. So for example, we've partnered with other investment professionals and practitioners locally through the CFA Society of LA to create a series of roundtables and virtual conferences, now numbering 15, that a few years ago never existed. So we'll launch into the updates here. I'm going to turn it over to Magdalia to hit that first pillar of the internal practices.
Okay, thanks, Scott, and good morning to Chair and trustees. All right, whoops. As Scott mentioned, I'll be providing an overview of the internal practices pillar. Each section begins with an overview slide of each pillar with stated objectives, accomplishments, and next steps. The stated objectives you see here are the same objectives we set out to accomplish when LACERA Tide was first launched with the board several years ago. And I'll highlight internal initiatives that have been undertaken in the workplace, touch on recruitment and retention practices, and the investments division internship program that Scott mentioned. Just a moment ago, Scott mentioned constructive talent management is essential to optimizing LACERA's investment performance, which is stated in LACERA's investment beliefs. And the objectives stated here are key to LACERA's mission. So let's begin with workplace culture on the next slide. Okay. So within the investments division, initiatives have been implemented to foster an inclusive and equitable workplace. And I'll highlight just a few on this slide. Starting on the left with internal investment committees. They have evolved over time, and at each iteration, we look to provide meaningful refinement. They are distinct for their broad inclusion, where individuals from different levels of seniority participate. And each member truly has voice, which has given people empowerment to speak up. Next, 80% of materials presented to the board this past year have included cross-functional team projects. And Tide, this project here is a perfect example. Everyone has the opportunity to raise their hand and participate in division-wide projects. And as we move to the right of the slide, when reflecting on the past 5 years, almost a third of the investment staff has earned an internal promotion. Everyone is always encouraged to apply to open positions. Best practices in cultivating an inclusive workplace is nuanced, as you can imagine, and we look to take cues from industry-leading organizations on frameworks to achieve that. So a perfect segue to the next section, which takes us to the second stated objective on recruitment and retention practices. Both ILPA DIA initiative and the CFA Institute DEI code provide frameworks on constructive talent management. And we listed some examples here on this slide. LACERA is signatory to both, where ILPA DIA initiative focuses on the private equity industry, and the CFA Institute DEI code focuses on the investment industry in general. As it states up at the top in bold, we aspire to align with these efforts to inform LACERA's own internal practices. Examples that we saw on the prior slide that we talked about briefly align with the best practices examples that you see here. And we look to, with future efforts to refine internal practices. And as we move to the next slide on internship opportunities, which speaks to recruitment practices.
Actually, Magdalia, do you mind, if you don't mind going back to the previous slide, just as an additional point of clarification, and I appreciate the mention of historically black colleges and universities, but I also assume that there's also a organized subset of, and I can't remember the exact acronym, but for like Hispanic universities that have higher populations as well. I know there's a similar kind of cohort of colleges that do that. So just want to make sure, I know you only have so much time on the slide, but just from the public perspective, that diversity doesn't necessarily always mean black, but just like in general, colleges where we have opportunities to find underrepresented populations, that we're doing that. So if you want to add an additional level of color to that, great. But I just kind of wanted to make it a matter of the public record there.
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. There are definitely affinity groups, even within kind of the major universities as well. So that's certainly something that we are aware of. Thank you.
And also, I just wanted to add to that too, state schools.
State schools,
Like folks
yeah.
said, there's a larger socioeconomic gap that we could have people that from all different kind of backgrounds that state schools might have that may not be at elite colleges, but have just as much intellectual horsepower.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's a perfect segue into internship opportunities. LACERA Investments Division has been hosting interns for 10 years. And each year we look to enhance the overall experience. The board got to meet our 2024 interns at the August board meeting. The last couple of years, we have seen high watermarks in terms of the number of interns hosted and expanding the pipeline source. We note that to continue to expand the range of schools represented in the internship program. So from 2 local universities a few years ago to now a national pool of applicants. We've gained students studying a wider range of academic studies, disciplines. So not only from finance and business, but also to policy studies and social sciences. So next year, we are equally excited to recruit our intern class of 2025.
Is there a limit? Is there a functional limit just in terms of bandwidth and everything else to the amount of interns we can have during any one cycle at all? I mean, I had the privilege of having lunch with the 4 previously who were all outstanding, but like what keeps us from doing 6 versus 8, or is there just kind of a realistic limit from there on that? Thank you, John.
4 is a good number.
Okay.
I mean,
gotcha.
that's about 10% of our organization.
Right.
And beyond that, it's a lot of investment on behalf of staff in having it be productive. And I think 4 is a solid number also for the interns, such that they have a quality experience. If they're here by themselves, that's maybe kind of lonely.
And that's primarily still focused on kind of the college summer cycle versus some
Yes.
other kind of cycle. Okay, thank you.
Actually, to that point question, have you considered in-school internships? So like people that may want to come in and work after, or like let's say when I was in business school, I did one of those and it was actually really great. Working on a real project that was actually helpful. So
we have, I believe, in the past had in-semester internships. We're not set up. It's a lot of work on behalf of the team, but it's something that we're always looking to evolve the organization. And one of the things that's not on these slides that we're working on is creating a new analyst program. So I think that there's only so much that we can do in any one time, and that may be our focus in this first pillar over the next year.
All right, thank you, John. Laura, did you have something you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and trustees. I do want to add, outside of the investment program, LACERA has also expanded our internship program. And we do have primarily summer interns, but we do have interns that are here throughout the year. We have some currently employed right now in several of our divisions. So what is key, and really what John highlighted, is that interns need to be paired with a mentor. And they need to have something substantive to do. In my college days, I had a terrible internship where I really didn't have any of those things. So we want to make sure that the intern experience is really positive, that they have real and substantive things that they can put on their resumes, and also just the knowledge that they walk in really to their future employers, who maybe will be LACERA, with real experience. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Green.
Well, I just want to say great work. I know we've talked about this before. It's a big lift, because there's sometimes not people getting that diversity that look like them at the top places. So it's a big lift, and those numbers and the influence. I know we're the other pillars, but LACERA as a leader, I say good job with that. That's all the things that were said as far as different sources, military even, so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to show people that that they can make it to the top, right? So they come to, we talked about it, as far as getting the numbers in. So good job, you guys, on that. It's really busy work.
Go ahead, Dahlia. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for all the comments. And now Kwok will provide the update on the due diligence pillar.
Thank you, Migdalia. Good morning, Chair Jones and trustees. For the past 7 years, LACERA has been evaluating prospective and existing managers on the strengths and weaknesses of their DEI and talent management practices as part of our overall due diligence process. LACERA has made significant progress towards our goals under the TIDE program. We have had high responsiveness and cooperation from managers regarding our due diligence questionnaires, even as we've doubled the number of reporting firms, as we have added in all sub-advised emerging managers. Each manager is reviewed before we commit any capital. Almost all existing investment partners now report that they have equal employment opportunity, or EEO, policies and provide demographic information of their investment teams, as you'll see in upcoming slides. This slide dives deeper into LACERA's DEI assessment that's performed on, again, all prospective and current investment partners. The assessment evaluates the 5 areas that you see on this page, ranging from whether the firm has clearly articulated DEI policies, to assessing their track record of inclusion, to understanding their momentum in addressing any areas for further improvement. The charts on this page show LACERA's progress from 2020 to today towards the DEI due diligence goals. As a starting point, we want to make sure that managers have clear equal employment opportunity policies and clear anti-harassment policies. The 2 top charts show that nearly all managers, both US and non-US firms, now report clear policies. This has been driven by an increase in the quality of reporting, as well as some managers responding to LACERA's encouragement to adopt policies where they did not previously have one. The bottom 2 charts show that nearly all managers report demographic information to LACERA to the extent available. This has also been driven by LACERA's strong record of now having 100% of investment contracts in the last year include side letter terms that facilitate our DEI reporting. On this slide, we show that our investment partners have increasingly adopted a number of practices that LACERA tracks and believes can encourage inclusive talent management. For example, 79% of our partners have board-level oversight of DEI policies and practices. More firms are also conducting pay parity analysis, have clawback provisions if there is misconduct, and are looking at DEI implications of how they manage the portfolios that were invested. LACERA has observed several key themes of progress from its investment partners over the past year. We've seen more firms addressing inclusion in senior positions and investment committees after an initial focus on entry-level positions. However, there is still room for improvement. As part of our diligence, LACERA is now seeing a theme of more firms using data insights, such as human capital dashboards, to monitor key metrics. Firms tracking this information make it easier for LACERA to engage and have an ongoing dialogue. This then also ties with the industry advocacy pillar in identifying and disseminating effective talent management practices, which can provide synergies up and down LACERA's TIDE pillars. At this time, I'll hand it back to Scott to cover active ownership.
Can I do a pause here for a second? Not to totally as a sidebar here, but given the amount of time track record, let's just say you had from year 20 to 24 to migrate progress, responsiveness, data, all that, do you anticipate, without going down the rabbit hole completely of politics, what do you just anticipate from the community at all? Any re-energize resistance to the inquiries or levels at all, that we've taken time, perhaps under a more accommodating environment, leadership environment to gather that somehow changes or dilutes itself in any way? Have you had an opportunity to think about that?
I can provide perspective from just my experience as part of credit and risk mitigation asset categories. We're constantly engaging with our partners, following up annually, doing our pre-investment due diligence on this particular topic. I think more and more, this has become more of a normalized question or questionnaire that these investment managers receive. Although I think going back to 2020 and even before that, we started this process 7 years ago. So I think LACERA was at the forefront of asking these questions. So I think our efforts probably led to that becoming more normalized. At the same time, you still have some firms that don't want to put as much effort in, but the partners that we have, I think not only are very responsive, but also come back to us and ask for feedback in, what are you seeing from other firms? How can we improve in this particular area? So that's just some responsiveness of, my experience with regards to, underwriting.
Well, and I'll appreciate that. And I'll recapitulate this a little bit, again, just taking the privilege of the chair, just to suggest that why it's important that a consistent and persistent approach that's measured, monitored, data intent, still focused on outcomes, but also trying to account for the risk and some of the things associated with bad behavior and things in these firms, where over time, obviously the goal is to have it normalized. This is not to have it be something that becomes optional. So I just wanted to kind of, knowing the long arc of this particular initiative and where it started from, and it's just nice to hear that now we have partners that just kind of expect, hey, this is just what I do. And oh, by the way, now I'm also trying to find out ways to optimize it and improve it. I just wanted to, again, make sure that's a part of the public record while we had the opportunity to do so. That's Trustee Fay.
Also, just to that point, given you say so diplomatically when you say the leadership changes, is there, and I thought, and this would be slightly more work, but to do some kind of comparison between those that are very high up on our diversity scores and those from a financial standpoint, from a risk standpoint, versus those that are not, that might be in the comp set for the similar assets. Because when we have the evidence saying, hey, look, we actually do perform better, this does make more financial sense, then there's nothing to argue. And it's just like right now we can see that there's more, and that's the first step. We needed to be able to do that. Now we can show if people are asking you for how we can become better, and that means you're being more thoughtful or thinking about things that might be further down the line. That also indicates to me, if you're thinking about investing in it, being in a world where you're not as sure as things may happen one way or the other, that you're being thoughtful, you're being open, you're thinking about things differently. That probably will also show up in our returns and in our risk. So if we're able to do that, I think that takes away whatever leadership changes might be in Washington. We should be able to stand on solid ground.
I'll add a couple. Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee Green. Did you have another?
Please.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this slide 15. Talking about the there's there's no doubt that the data supports that a diverse workforce puts out a better product. I mean, it shows. But like self-reporting. I mean, even the county has a PPG that doesn't require anybody to specify gender, and so that self-reporting high watermark limitations outside of you addressed it here, and I appreciate that. Non-US usually limited to gender, stuff of that nature, but not requiring somebody. So do you anticipate possibly a high watermark where there's not going to be the kind of information? I do think that I'm going to say this diplomatically, busting people that are not are jerks at work and making it inhospitable for other people to work because of anything. Those are the easy ones, and companies should be held to that high standard. And I think, you know, us leading the way in that. That's, but as far as getting that diverse workforce, do you see a limitation at some point with self-reporting? Because you can't go make someone fill out a questionnaire in most developed countries that we'd be dealing with. So
I'll try to hit on a couple of the comments that were raised, just in terms of what the team has experienced, kind of the evolution. One of which is just in the charts in the report, you see that a lot of the firm's policies and practices continue to expand. So kind of regardless of the broader environment and maybe sometimes headlines, the work that companies are doing both in the portfolio and at the asset manager level has continued to kind of show increased focus. I think to the observation that a deliberate and continuous approach can encourage not just improvement, knowing that we operate in an industry with historic patterns of underrepresentation, they're kind of understanding where the industry is at, where firms are at, and try to get a sense of their direction of travel has been useful. And to that extent, the fact that LACERA does upfront due diligence is, instead of waiting for after the fact, is a way to help set expectations, signal prioritization, and really, to the credit of the legal team, incorporate side letters that tell firms we expect to be following up on this to understand kind of where you're going. So that has driven some really productive ongoing discussions that have moved increasingly away from window dressing to more candor, not what firms are doing, but maybe where they're confronting some challenges, where something might not have worked. So that has helped. The industry efforts to develop templates has also availed more information. So we're seeing an expansion of the demographic information that we can get. Obviously, historically, the EO1 reports focus on gender and race has facilitated some of the US reporting. But by working with the CFA Institute's DI code, they're working with investment professionals in local markets that are helping to expand reporting, even in markets where sometimes we've had challenges. And I know recently there was a reference to France. We identified a manager that is enabling additional self-identified reporting through a legal framework of identifying engagement surveys with their employees. And by identifying that one practice, we can help exchange views across, put them in contact with CFA Institute, put them in contact with other managers. So I think we're going to continue to see more information that presents both the opportunity, to, well, how do we use that information for analysis, and maybe a challenge in that it's voluminous. But that's part of this effort to have periodic reviews.
Thanks, Scott. And if I just follow up on that too, I mean, it's not, I mean, we're talking about DEI, but there, legislative impact, we see it with environmental things that we're also paying attention to, and we also have our hand in. And there potentially could be parallel going backwards, so to speak, with some of these things, because of legislative action. So I understand that, so they're good questions, and I'm very proud of LACERA, and how we're looked at globally amongst other groups, and as a leader and well respected in that. And I think it's important that we keep being the tip of the spear.
So with Chair's permission, I'll try to address the third pillar briefly. This covers our corporate governance engagements to try to encourage good practice, effective practices at the portfolio level, what we often call active ownership. We did review a number of these with the governance committee in October, but we've incorporated them into this report for the full board's review and to try to be thorough. So on slide 19, as discussed with the governance committee in October, We're now voting proxies at over 7,000 companies and over 60 global markets. LACERA has developed custom principles that define the board's views of what we think constructive talent management practices look like. And we apply those so we can vote consistently at the same holdings regardless of which portfolio they're in. We think proxy voting is one means to move market practices. So we've been encouraging strong anti-discrimination policies, good practices like pay parity assessments. And as you can see on the bottom of the slide, the numbers have shown some movement in the marketplace that compared to 10 years ago, almost all large companies in the US now disclose EEO1 demographic information of their entire workforce. We are seeing the numbers move on board diversity representation, obviously more work to be done there, but there is some market movement. Slide 20 does a quick snapshot on that topic of board diversity. We've been working for 6 years with other California funds in what we think is an effort to encourage board quality and refreshment, by which the 4 funds identify companies with what appears to be lagging representation on their boards and invite the chairs of the nominating committees to have a discussion of how they identify what skills are useful to oversee business strategy, and then cast a wide net for talent, including talent of diverse backgrounds that would bring those skills to the board. We do find diplomatic discussions can be effective. So as noted here, over 300 companies have been engaged in recent years, and over 450 directors of diverse backgrounds have subsequently been appointed. And we're continuing to engage with a few more dozen of firms this year. Slide 21 pivots to some of our efforts on the portfolio company level in private markets. Here we highlight 3 of LACERA's areas of focus. On the left side, the board might recall that last year we had talked about speaking with a number of our private equity firms about how they think about identifying talent for the corporate boards of their portfolio companies. And that exercise found that an increasing proportion of general partners are thinking about accessing outside talent beyond the deal team that's working on the company, as well as diverse backgrounds. And we heard compelling examples of how by looking for outside talent, you're bringing some unique skill sets to a specific business strategy.
And Scott, perhaps consistent with Mr. Grable's comment today about the annual performance of private equity this cycle, and maybe we got them where a little bit of leverage here about expanding their talent given their lack of performance this cycle around.
Gotcha. And that is a trend line where a few firms said a few years ago it was entirely the inside deal team that would be on the board.
Right.
But increasingly they're looking for outside directors. So we've incorporated questions into the upfront due diligence to understand how firms think about talent on the board level, the companies they're acquiring and managing. On the lower right side, we flagged for the board's attention that there is a new initiative in private markets to track metrics and key performance indicators of their portfolio holdings, including some human capital metrics on turnover, safety records, and the executive team's diversity. The effort aims to help general partners monitor and benchmark the performance of their portfolio companies, maybe find correlations with company performance to the observation earlier. And about half of our top general partners are participating in this initiative. We hope that we can maybe access data with our new risk platform and glean some more insights from that going forward. And lastly, we flagged that LACERA's got a responsible contractor policy that encourages all of the real assets and real estate managers to have strong provisions in place that encourage non-discrimination in their construction, contracting, and building services. About 2/3 of our managers do have similar policies, if not more broadly similar practices. And 4 firms have adopted new policies in the last year based on the encouragement of the team. So a holistic way of trying to be mindful on the portfolio level. I'm going to turn it over to Catherine to talk through some of the developments in capital formation.
Thanks, Scott. I'll cover the 4th tide pillar on capital formation and provide high-level comments. The objective for capital formation is to understand the reach of our dollars, by understanding more about the composition of firms managing our talent and trying to enhance our opportunity set by creating opportunities for new firms to contract with us. Overall, total fund assets under management have grown significantly over the past 5 years since the program's inception, from $58 billion in 2020 to $79 billion as of June 30, 2024. Together, we have reached some notable accomplishments. For example, receiving 100% responses from US-based managers on firm demographics, so we have more information about who's managing our capital, and tripling the size of emerging manager opportunities since the inception of the program. Slide 23 is about the reach of our dollars and shows which US-based managers have reported on the demographic breakdown of what proportion of their investment and leadership teams specifically are women and people of color. This has been a collaborative process among asset classes, and with better data and technology, we are happy to report that more managers are disclosing demographic information. We have 185 US-based managers as of June 30. The key takeaway from the left donut chart is that 1 out of 5 investment partners have over 50% representation of women and people of color on their combined investment and leadership teams, slightly up from 18% last year. More importantly, the donut chart on the right shows that even more assets are managed by firms with more diversity on their investment teams. 1 in every $4 invested, or $17 billion, are managed by teams with over 50% representation of women and people of color. Slide 24 shows a similar message, with more investment partners reporting on firm ownership and fees over time. We invite all firms to report ownership data if they have it, but not all firms do, since, for example, 47% of the total funds assets under management are publicly listed companies with diversified shareholders as owners. The bar chart on the left shows a year-over-year trend for LACERA assets managed by US firms with diverse ownership and the associated market values. Despite the large rally in equity markets, which impacts the percentage of ownership data reported, LACERA continues to see an uptick in the number and market value of our assets managed by firms with diverse ownership. Compared to 2021, the percentage of diverse investment partners has continued to increase from 7% to 18% today, or $14 billion of the total fund. This is driven by both increased market values as well as more reporting from firms. The bar chart on the right shows an upward trend in the amount of manager fees paid to US firms with diverse ownership. The key takeaway is that a larger proportion of manager fees are being paid to firms with diverse ownership. However, overall fees as a percentage of the total fund have come down due to LACERA's leveraging power and efforts to reduce fees. LACERA's Emerging Manager Program is meant to help LACERA's assess differentiated young firms and provide them with opportunities for growth. Slide 25 shows inclusion through LACERA's various emerging manager programs, which are based on firms with smaller market values. Important to note that emerging managers may be composed of diverse owned and non-diverse owned firms. The key takeaway from the left bar chart is that LACERA's emerging manager market values have nearly tripled since 2021, from $1 billion to $2.7 billion today, or 3.4% of the total fund. And LACERA has expanded opportunities, as shown on the bar chart on the right. LACERA's emerging manager allocations have almost tripled, and even though $2.7 billion has been deployed, over $4.7 billion has been allocated to emerging managers. Emerging manager assets will continue to grow as LACERA commits to more mandates under the target allocation, including a new emerging manager program for real assets. With that, let me hand it over to Cheryl to cover the next pillar.
Sorry, real quick for the previous slide, on slide 24.
Oh, sure.
That the right side graph is fantastic. We should be highlighting that a whole lot more. That's putting our money where our mouth is. But that's great. So just wanted to say kudos because that's awesome.
We do think the dual lens on slide 24 is a way to address both kind of diversity as well as equity and inclusion. So the team has developed a monitor on that.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine, and good morning, Chair and Trustees. Under TIDE's industry advocacy pillar, LACERA is committed to leveraging our influence as a significant investor to move the industry forward on DEI issues. Our advocacy work under this pillar helps to improve our opportunity set by advancing equitable and inclusive practices across the industry, and ultimately leading to better investment outcomes for our members. Since TIDE's inception, we have pursued this goal through a variety of avenues, including by collaborating with our peers to identify and disseminate effective practices and improving reporting, organizing and leading events on DEI both locally and more broadly, and engaging with other stakeholders in the industry on multiple dimensions. We've had a productive year, and I'll highlight some of the progress and accomplishments, starting with the next slide. One of the objectives under the industry advocacy pillar is to collaborate with our peers to identify and disseminate effective DEI practices. This year, LACERA engaged our consultants, Allborn, Makita, and Stepstone, to compare notes on how they conduct due diligence with respect to DEI and data collection, which ultimately culminated in a department-wide in-person conversation with representatives from each consultant to discuss progress, successes, and obstacles, and a sharing of effective practices and ideas for improvements. This cross-pollination of best practices serves to not only educate LACERA, but also for our consultants to learn from us and from each other as well. In addition, LACERA has continued to strengthen our influence through active engagement with industry groups. For example, LACERA representatives have served as the board chair for the Council of Institutional Investors, and we have continuously supported CII's efforts to improve corporate governance. And as a signatory to the CFA Institute's DEI code, LACERA has formalized our commitment to the code's 6 principles to drive DEI progress, and we are continuing to support the CFA Institute's efforts to advance DEI efforts globally. Since TIDE's inception, LACERA has partnered with the CFA Society of Los Angeles to lead, coordinate, and convene events on DEI. What initially began as an idea to foster increased engagement with other Southern California investors and asset managers has grown and evolved in these past 4 years. When the partnership first began, we started with small investor virtual roundtables that were attended by asset managers and allocators in our area. These roundtables provided a platform for candid discussions where participants can share their DEI perspectives, challenges, and successes in a small setting. We also convene large virtual annual DEI conferences where we share the learnings from these roundtables, and in addition, feature fireside chats between our CIO with industry leaders, as well as additional guest speakers. These annual conferences are deliberately virtual to reach a wide audience, and each conference draws over 100 participants. Since TIDE's inception, LACERA has led 12 roundtables and 3 annual conferences. And we plan on building on this momentum and look to broadening the subjects and our reach of these events in these years ahead. LACERA continues to expand our industry influence with active engagement with industry groups, and some of the groups are shown on this slide, and I'll highlight just a couple of these relationships. LACERA is a member of a 12-person signatory advisory committee for the Institutional Limited Partner Association's Diversity in Action Initiative. We provide ILPA with feedback and input on the initiative's resources and goals, including, for example, providing feedback on ILPA's template due diligence questionnaires and metrics, which ultimately goes towards our goal of improving due diligence and reporting practices across the industry. Through events hosted by the National Association of Securities Professionals, the New America Alliance, and the National Association of Investment Companies, LACERA representatives have engaged with emerging managers, moderated, and spoke at various events over the years. LACERA's consistent and active commitment in advancing DEI within the industry have been very visible, with trustees and staff having participated at over 150 events since the launch of TIDE. Here we have listed just some examples of the recognitions that LACERA representatives, including both trustees and staff, who have received recognitions this year for their leadership in diversity in the industry, including recognitions from the 100 Women in Finance, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusive Capitalism's Power 100, and Twigo's Top 35 Rising Leaders. We've also expanded our partnership with Girls Who Invest. In addition to sponsoring interns, several LACERA representatives were ambassador mentors for the Girls Who Invest Summer Intensive Program, and LACERA was represented on the CIO panel. One of our objectives under the advocacy pillar is for LACERA to become a recognized leader in advocating for DEI in the industry, and we're pleased to see that LACERA's efforts and focus on DEI are being recognized. That wraps up our summary of each of the 5 pillars of LACERA Tide. And now for some high-level observations, which the team has put together on the next concluding slide. LACERA has undertaken a deliberate and intentional approach to incorporating diversity, equity, and inclusion into our investment processes. We're seeing progress and upward trend lines across various aspects of DEI against our stated objectives. As you heard earlier, some of the goals that we had set for ourselves have nearly been met, with almost 100% of our managers having robust policies in place, almost all managers providing us with investment team demographics information, and 100% of new contracts including terms that facilitate DEI reporting. These improvements are remarkable and were possible because of LACERA's dedicated and intentional focus on DEI in our due diligence and monitoring processes. We have made meaningful collaborations with industry stakeholders, such as the CFA Institute's DEI Code and ILPA's Diversity in Action Initiative. These collaborations help LACERA enhance our DEI practices, but also provide us with the opportunity to provide insight to the development of industry-wide diligence and reporting tools. We have found that these industry collaborations and engagements are an important part of our work to further improve due diligence practices and reporting across the industry. Along with the progress that we have seen, we're also finding some other areas where progress is more slow to come by. While the industry seems to have increased its focus on overall diversity within their workforce, inclusion and equity beyond representation have been more elusive. While teams have reported more diversity in their junior ranks, progress at the senior investment committee levels and the sharing of economics such as carried interests have been less apparent, but are hopefully improving. In our evaluation of manager practices, we have come across a wide spectrum of DEI progress and efforts. There is some genuine progress being made, but that is mixed in with some window dressing and also more recently, DEI hushing, by which some firms continue to advance their DEI efforts, but maybe more reticent to talk about it publicly. What we are seeing is that firms that appear to have more success when they take an integrated approach to DEI, that root DEI as an integral part of their business outcomes, and where that integration is visibly supported by their senior leadership. And lastly, LACERA's DEI focus in due diligence and our 5-part diligence process have helped make us better investors. This focus helps inform a multi-dimensional view of manager quality by providing more insight on a manager's strategies for effective human capital management, protection against downside risks, and decision-making structures and processes. LACERA Tide's consistent, disciplined, and multi-year strategy has enabled us to make more thoughtful, fulsome decisions that ultimately lead us to better investment decisions and improve investment outcomes to fulfill LACERA's mission for our members. LACERA Tide is an integral component of the board's approved strategic plan, and we're pleased to provide the board with today's annual update. With that, we will pause and welcome any additional comments or questions.
Outstanding. Thank you, team. Any questions? It's pretty thorough on that. I mean, I'd just like to sum it up. I mean, you know, like other trustees, you have an opportunity to go to other conferences and other industry events where this is the topic, and it almost always kind of rests more on the intention, right? Like we're trying to just be better, right? Like we just want to be better people, right? But not necessarily what I've always tried to, what I appreciate about our particular approach, and I take opportunity to brag when I feel like I'm out there sometimes, that, you know, this is actually integrated across the entirety of how we approach investments, managers, performance, like all of that. And I think to the degree, and again, this is well beyond, my pay grade, but to the degree that, we want to turn up the volume from an industry perspective, just to show that it works without all the other kind of collateral rabbit holes sometimes you can go down politically, right? Like this is just smart human capital management towards a return risk objective, period. Right? Like that, it just makes sense. And so I appreciate the level of depth, I appreciate the level of integration, compliments to the prior boards that I'm sure had to fight politically along the way to kind of get elements of this going to the maturity of the program to where it is today. So again, maybe I'm just waxing eloquent because this is my last month as chairman. So I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to do that at the mic. But I just wanted to say that from just an industry perspective, when I go in and out of places, and sometimes I'm disappointed that when I'm in the room, that the level of conversation about best practices and other things like that just seems a little bit shallow compared to what the team is producing here. So thank you so much. All right.
Okay. Yes, totally agree that this is fantastic. So great job. For next year, the thought of perhaps doing some type of like an analysis that I said to some extent, because I know staff time is valuable, about how we can compare with those who are best in class when it comes with our diverse, however we define diversity, and with those who are not, I think would be extremely helpful in making the best human capital argument. So just as something to consider doing. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Steve. All right, so here's where in our program, we're going to make a slight agenda flip. And the intention here is to go into closed session. Challenge for those of you all here in the room who may be trying to manage the schedules. I'm not sure exactly how long the closed session piece will go through there. So there's a little bit of a wild card nature there. Could be very quick, may be a little bit extended in that period. So I just wanted to give you heads up around that. Once we come out of the executive session on that particular topic, then we will come back out and rejoin the non-consent level thing on employee compensation. All right. So just try to set expectations, particularly for those of you that may be on video watching, trying to plan how much time you have in between there. But we will go in executive session. And to do so, do we need 10 minutes or so to do that? Or
like 5, or we're good? So you'll be host, and then we'll just clear the room right now.
okay. So why don't we do, is that clock accurate? Because I know sometimes it's not always accurate. Is it 10?
It's 10:35.
All right. So let's just say 10:40. We'll come back and we'll go ahead and start with executive session.
Recording stopped.
Alex, who should I make co-host? I can make, I'm co-host.
Was sort of indifferent to following him and so he's a graduate. So
Can
it
I
makes
just
us
do it?
look really bad. Yeah.
Right here, Alex? Make host.
It's a crazy thing. There's something we don't know yet. Like it just doesn't all the way add up. Yeah. He's not. I don't think he has. Yeah, there's too much weird stuff.
We'll rejoin open session.
Oh wait, I forgot to log in. Oh, did I log in? Oh, I did. Oh, I did. Let's see. 1 second. We are on this guy. Get out of this one.
Bring the open session back into session. Again, thank you everyone for your patience as we went over the performance evaluation for our CEO. Now we are back to Now we are back to the non-consent or the consent item A, non-consent item A, Chief Executive Officer compensation. And I've asked our General Counsel, Stephen Rice, to just kind of create a little bit of a preamble before we go into the necessary part of the business around that particular action item. So thank you very much, Stephen.
Trustee Jones and trustees, thank you. I'll start by
Recording in progress.
I'll start by reviewing the legal framework within which you are making the salary, addressing the issue of salary, and then describe 4 options that you have, which is it's not an exclusive list of options, but it's a way that may be helpful in beginning the conversation that has to take place in public with respect to the CEO's salary. Under SERL and county ordinances, the joint boards have responsibility to evaluate the CEO and determine what his compensation is.
The authority to make that decision lies exclusively with the joint boards. The joint boards need to make the same decision. In other words, they need to be in complete alignment in what any adjustments are and how they're characterized. That decision is not reviewable by any other body. It is governed by the two boards in the exercise of their constitutional fiduciary duty. The fiduciary duty being to put the interests of the members and the beneficiaries first. That is your paramount duty. You have two secondary duties. They're not fiduciary duties, as our fiduciary council has advised the board in other settings, but they are duties, legal duties that you need to keep in mind. One is the duty to minimize employer contributions, and the other is the duty to defray the reasonable expenses of administering the system. And these three concepts, the paramount fiduciary duty to act in the exclusive interest of the members and their beneficiaries, and the subsidiary duties to minimize employer contributions and defray the reasonable cost of administering decisions, are not factors that are unique to this decision. They're the factors that you consider in every decision you make, but they do specifically guide you here. They're relevant here. Each board addresses this issue separately. In other words, you don't you each make an independent judgment on what is reasonable. You each have your own separate, as a body, as a board of retirement and as a board of investments, have a separate fiduciary duty, and you should exercise that independently. So in this particular case, the board of retirement has made a decision for itself as to what it thinks is consistent with fiduciary duty. That's stated on the agenda here today. But you should not rubber stamp that, just to be very direct about it. You should exercise your own independent fiduciary duty about what is appropriate. Ultimately, whatever decision the joint boards made need to align. If they don't align, the CEO can't be paid. So that's just to put it very starkly. The boards have to make the decision. Otherwise, the status quo, he would not be paid at all, but the status quo would continue. The CEO evaluation consists of two parts. One is a closed session component and one is an open session component. The closed session component you've completed, and that's the performance evaluation. What was said in closed session stays in closed session. There are privacy interests and other legal issues that would be implicated for the statements that were made in closed session with regard to the performance evaluation to be repeated here in open session. The second part of the decision making that you have to do, it's related to and in many ways based on what you did in closed session, is the salary setting decision, and that is exclusively an open session decision because you're spending public money, so it needs to be conducted in the open where it's transparent. The process by which you make your decision, how you get there, and what the decision is, the vote, all has to take place in public. So I think that's the general background under federal constitution, county ordinances, and the Brown Act. Now, with respect to options that you have in thinking about the CEO salary, and these options, I'm going to list them 1 through 4. They're in no particular order! Exclamation point! They're in no particular order. So I'm not certainly expressing an opinion or trying to influence how you approach this, but there's a random order. There may be other options, but I think these are a way of categorizing types of actions you could make. The first option, and I think it's obvious and it's on the agenda, is to vote to approve what the Board of Retirement did, which was a 5% merit increase and a 5% retention salary increase effective October 1, 2024, and a 3% cost of living adjustment effective January 1st, 2025. So in other words, 10% salary increase on October 1, 3% cost of living effect increase on 1/1. All of that was characterized by the BOR in the end in their vote as a salary adjustments. The second category of actions is you could vote to approve something else by way of salary, and you can go from the range is wide open because, as I said, this is your decision. It's not, there's no salary table. There's no guidance for you other than fiduciary duty. You have the ability, the power to make this decision in your fiduciary judgment. But you could vote to, second option is you could vote to approve something else. And I won't define it further, but just something else by way of salary. The third option would be to not make a decision today, but to ask for more information and postpone an actual salary vote to a future meeting. Now, when I say don't take action, you wouldn't be taking action on an actual salary decision. You might want to memorialize what you're asking for in a motion, but the motion would not be for to approve a salary change. And then the fourth option would be to vote to express the sense of this board and the request of this board for a joint meeting with the Board of Retirement to finalize the decision-making on the CEO's salary adjustment. The Board of Investments cannot compel the Board of Retirement to attend a joint meeting, and that's why I phrase it the way I did. But if that is the desire of the board, it would be my recommendation that you take a vote to express, as I said, the sense of the board that that a joint meeting would be helpful and important, and that you request a joint meeting for this the purpose of making a salary decision. And then I think there would follow from that a discussion between the board chairs to arrange that and discuss the details. So with that, unless there are any questions, I'll return it to you, Chair Jones, and the board.
All right, any questions? I see your hands up, and this is an old one. Oh, no, okay, new one. Okay, yeah, Trustee Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. So I move to adopt the BOI. I move that the BOI adopt the Board of Retirement decision and approve as written in item 7A of the CEO compensation in today's agenda.
We can vote on this.
You can have discussion now on that motion.
Okay. So do we have any discussion, any comments related to it? I mean, I think the only thing that I would say broadly is there was a broad consensus that Santos Kryman has done an outstanding job, particularly given the 4-year or 5-year arc. I have the benefit of being here kind of at 0.4.5. And I think I mentioned that one of my first exposures to Santos was the 100-day plan, and from his earliest assessment of some of the challenges that laid in front of the organization. And I can say, again, as odd as it is to say that I'm the gray-haired one up here, in terms of LACERA years, is that the organization clearly beats differently, operates differently in large measure because of his leadership and leadership of our senior staff broadly, John and everyone included. I think the only other thing I would say as it relates to this, because I know the issue of compensation more broadly across our organization is extremely important. That's through there. And there's I know we get the compensation study that's underway. I'm not sure when exactly the duty is, but I just want the broader public as well as our staff to know that from a stewardship perspective, that compensation and making sure that the success and the things that we're doing that is benefiting all $190,000 or 190,000 of our members is first and foremost. And that while this is one vote that's singularly focused on Santos, more broadly, We're concerned about making sure that all of our people who are performing so excellently on behalf of the members are rightfully being considered at the right compensation level for their performance. So I just wanted that to also be a part of the public record. So did anyone else have any questions or comments or anything else? Yeah, certainly.
So the only question that I have, because closed session, we could say, I personally think that Santos has done a great job. The question I have is for ongoing future salaries versus essentially at some point there will be a new CEO, and I want to make sure that we're not anchoring what the excellent job that Santos has done to somebody that's new. And if somebody new that thinks they're going to get that amount just because of what Santos had done before, how do we show that it was our intention to reward him for doing an amazing job, as opposed to having somebody else just saying, "Oh, this is what should be expected for any CEO of LACERA if they're going forward." That's my only question. Yes.
You start from scratch every year. So there is the fact, if you, whatever you approve, it's out there, it's tangible, it's been given. So it's going to have some impact on the market. It's going to have some impact on the expectations of current and future CEOs, but the boards don't need to feel bound by that because you start from scratch every year.
Yes, Trustee Gatto.
So then just for the record and for the minutes of today's meeting, so just to be clear then, the way that the Board of Retirement chose to word this, it seems like they could have just worded it as we're going to give a COLA of 3% and a merit bump of 5%, or just I don't know, some way of, we just, in our discretion, we determined to make it 5%. The way that they worded it is that it's a retention increase for hitting the 5-year mark. And I just want to be very clear for the record that is not binding on future boards. It's not even precedent setting. It's just the way that the BOR chose to word it, right? And when people go back and look at this in some future evaluation, 5 years from now, it might be instructive, but it is no way precedent setting.
That's correct, and I think it's would be appropriate and healthy in the performance of fiduciary duty for every year the board to view the salary exercise as starting from scratch.
Okay. Thank you.
I would just say then, from my point, I want to echo what Trustee Gatto just said, for future boards and CEOs, that that's something, not only that it's not binding, and that, to your point, Mr. Rice, that we are thinking about this in a new way every time, and that this is a one-off thing for very, very good performance. And so I just want to make that super clear, because while it's nice in theory to say that we're going to go back and redo it every single time, in reality, there's precedents and psychological things. People get set on milestones. So just want to say that very clearly.
No, I appreciate that, Trustee Fay. And then I think Trustee Ryu, I see your hand up, but I don't actually see you on the screen.
You just stepped away.
It's you there. Okay, let me make space. Trustee.
I can make a quick comments. Just like for us, right, for our fiduciary duty, Steve just highlighted, we make decision, we vote on, we act on what's the best interest for our members. From what I see is that like rewarding a CEO that have lead a team to an organization around, accomplish so much that benefit all our members so far, and then to retain such a CEO, it is the best interest of our members. So from my view, so that's how I see it.
Thank you, Trustee.
Back.
Oh, David, okay. Oh, you're back. All right. Yes, go ahead, Trustee.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I stepped away for one quick second. Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge, there was the wording, how the BOR did it could be confusing, but I think our Steve Rice fixed it, cleaned it up. But yes, it's basically a 10% merit-based increase. And I do want to address what you said, Mr. Chair. You're absolutely valid. This could be precedent setting in that aspect, but And I know the board, I know the staff, executive staff has been working with the board to try to do, I know this does not apply to the CEO and the CIO per se, because there are different classifications, but for every other line worker, there is merit-based pay is a lot harder to do. So I do want to state that I know some of the managers have been pushing for that, and I agree with that, and hopefully we could come up with a better system for all employees, where we do have merit-based pay. And I think this shows that at least I speak for myself, that I'm committed to making something like that happen. And going forward, I'm going to continue to make sure that we compensate properly for those employees who have done exemplary work. And that's just not limited to our CEO. So I know this is the first time we're doing it here, but I think this should be something, I know this is something that the staff management has been trying to work towards, and I concur with that. And I do want to make that a point to let all the LACERA employees know that we want to try to get this something like this implemented for everybody.
Okay, so are we satisfied with the Jason's motion? Any other comments on that? And if, oh, sorry, Trustee Langston, do you have something? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. What's
Chair Jones, point of order.
Okay, yeah.
I think before we proceed further, that the motion in full should be stated without reference to the agenda. I think it should be expressed. It should be stated, and then Carly, of course, has her Brown Act statement that she'll make before the vote.
So then, Trustee Green, would you like to restate what it is that we seconded? And
I'm going to do my best to understand what Mr. Rice just said. So I got it, but I just want to figure out how to say it. So I'd retract my initial motion. That the Board of Investments adopt and approve the Board of Retirement decision regarding the CEO compensation. Would that be appropriate? I need help with the languages.
Yeah, I'll restate the original motion you made, and you can all tell me if it's correct or not. That the Board of Investments will approve the same salary increase, which was approved by the Board of Retirement on December 4th, 2024. That salary increase being a merit adjustment of 5% effective October 1, 2024, a retention increase of 5% effective October 1, 2024, in recognition of the Chief Executive Officer having completed 5 years of LACERA service, and a cost of living adjustment of 3% effective January 1, 2025, for a total increase in amounts that Carly will state.
That's exactly how I was trying to say it.
yeah, and so it's the same one that was seconded. So we're solid on that
Yes.
one. And so then, Carly, you would need to.
Prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of recommendation for a final action on salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive as defined in subdivision D of section 3511.1 during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. And since the CEO is a part and is an executive in a local agency, we have to make this statement. So the paragraph or this statement shall not affect the public's right under the California Public Records Act, Chapter 3.5, starting with Section 6250 of Division 7 of Title I, to inspect or copy records created or received in the process of developing the recommendation. So the Chief Executive Officer's salary will change from $523,971 to $593,659.
Okay. All in agreement? All right. So then, with that being said, motion, are we ready to vote?
Yes, Mr. Green made the motion. Ms. Langton seconded. Ms. Ginsburg? Yes. Ms. Me?
Aye.
Ms. Fay? You have to go out with a bang. Mr. Fay?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Thank
Aye.
you. Ms. Martin? Aye. Mr. Gatto? And Chair Jones?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Oh, yep, trustee Links, yes. All right, good. Thank you very much, Stephen, for your service there, and Carly as well. All right, so getting back on track, we are now under reports. And I know there's a presentation on behalf of the team. Looks like John and Calvin are leading this, our total fund investment cost report. Okay. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Chair Jones and trustees. This item contains LACERA's total fund investment cost report in compliance with Assembly Bill 2833. And for background, this bill was passed in 2016 with the intent to increase fee transparency on alternative investment vehicles within public pension plans. So LACERA's report not only meets the state's requirements, but it also goes above and beyond by including LACERA's public market and real estate title holding company investments to provide a complete total fund view. LACERA's core investment beliefs recognize that investment costs are a contributing factor to risk-adjusted performance. As such, investment costs are actively monitored and structured with the best possible terms available to enhance future outcomes. This belief is further reinforced in our strategic initiative, Strengthen Influence on Fees and Cost of Capital, which emphasizes maximizing returns by minimizing costs. So this annual report can serve as a benchmark to measure whether our objectives are being consistently met. In fiscal year 2024, LACERA's total investment cost across all investment strategies and structures totaled $734 million, up 2.7% from the prior year. Despite these costs, the total fund achieved a net return of 9.1% for the same period, a difference of 6.4%. Fees and returns are largely move with our asset allocation. So this percentage difference metric will continue to be monitored as a potential indicator of the quality of returns by LACERA and the total fund. With that introduction, I'll pass it to Calvin to provide a summary of LACERA's private market investments starting on slide 6.
So the next two slides here will provide a detailed summary of total alternative investment costs, sorted by both functional and asset categories. These costs encompass three main components. First is the management fee. These are fees paid to general partners for managing the investments. They're typically a percentage of the assets under management or commitment and are used to cover the operational costs of managing the fund. Next is the fund-related expenses. These expenses can vary widely and include costs such as fund accounting, legal fees, and banking fees. These are necessary expenses incurred in the administration of the fund. And third is carried interest. This is a performance fee that aligns the general partner's compensation with the fund's returns. It is typically a percentage of profits earned by the fund and is generally paid if the fund achieves a certain level of performance. This is referred to as the good cholesterol of the costs. The more we pay in this bucket, more LACERA would have earned in profits. So I'll highlight two data points on this slide. First is the decrease in private equity carried interest, which was due to a slowing transactional environment after the interest rates moved up. This has widely impacted the industry as private equity relies heavily on debt financing. Despite a $74 million decline, it has still generated 56% of the total carried interest expense for LACERA. On the other hand, illiquid credit was LACERA's best performing asset category for the fiscal year, as evident by the $32 million increase in carried interest. In conjunction with the incremental allocation to this category, illiquid credit contributed the most to the increase in cost. So I like to note the fees we pay are driven by asset allocation decisions. On this slide, we can see the sources of change in the far right column that attributes increasing allocation to these asset categories as a primary driver of increased cost. For natural resources and infrastructure within the real assets category, the board approved a public market completion portfolio back in 2019 to transition exposures towards private assets. Last year, the real asset program implemented a major portion of that transition, resulting in a $25 million increase in total cost. In the bottom section of the chart shows totals for the entire alternative investments, and for the fiscal year, private market costs totaled $680 million, making up over 92% of LACERA's total investment costs. On these charts, you can see the most significant sources of total investment costs and the drivers of change. 53% of total alternative investment costs was from the growth category, driven by private equity, which is shaded in the sky blue in the inner donut. Looking at the right chart on a year-over-year basis, the drop in private equity cost and the increase from credit almost nets out, while small changes from other asset categories in the aggregate led to a 4% overall increase. The bar chart on the left here shows the growth of net assets in private markets compared to the growth of total alternative investment costs. The slope of the bar chart is steeper than the line, indicating that LACERA's investment costs have decreased per dollar invested in alternative investments. The right chart depicts a 5-year cost trend for each of the asset category. I like to highlight a correction here on this chart. The shades of color are inverse, and so the gray on the top is actually the more current fiscal year 2024, while the blue is 2020. And this chart shows an overall increase in costs due to greater allocation to alternative investments, with private equity trending lower because of decrease in carried interest. So this chart shows the cost per market value of investments for each of the asset category over the last 2 years. An ideal fee mix would have lower rates for management fees and fund expenses while having a higher carried interest rate. To help clarify this chart, we'll go through one as an example. In the most recent fiscal year for private equity, LACERA paid $1.10 in management fee, 50 cents for fund-related expenses, and 90 cents for carried interest, totaling $2.50 per $100 of market value, or 2.5%. The last observation I'll discuss here before we transition to public markets is that the management fee and fund expense rates have directionally gone up from the prior year. And it's because in this report, it standardizes cost per market value. And also for private investments, it takes time to mature. And it's important to note that the management fee, fund expenses, and carry interest costs we see today are often result of actions taken in different periods. We had that Chipotle example last month, and this one will have a fruit tree. When you plant a tree, in our case, a fund commitment, you don't enjoy the fruits or the profits immediately. There's a caretaker equivalent to the general partner who will take management fees from day one. And over the years, the tree will need watering and fertilizers, similar to fund expenses. Finally, several years later, the tree bears fruit, and the caretaker takes a portion of the profit or like carried interest. And for LACERA, we plant many trees every year, and some peers more, others less, depending on our strategic asset allocation. And this analogy illustrates the staggered timeline of cost, which is crucial for understanding the overall expense structure and impact on investment costs. While we can observe general trends, There still be year-over-year volatility due to actions taken in prior periods outside of the past 2 years. With that, we'll transition over to public markets.
Thanks, Calvin. I don't have an analogy of a fruit tree for the public markets. So just get right to the numbers. So the slides 12 through 14 follow a similar format as the private market data tables. It presents the total cost for the public market side by asset category along with year-over-year changes. One important distinction I will note is the fee structure for public market mandates. Trustees will observe that the fund expenses and the carried interest columns lack any figures, and that's intentional. As mentioned in last month's board meeting, public market mandates generally do not include a performance fee component. Instead, they are paid a management fee that typically scales with the size of our investment. So that relationship will help explain a lot of the results shown on this page in 13 and 14. So public market management fees increased in our growth category due to funding of a board-approved emerging manager program, as well as growing account values within global equity specifically, which achieved a 19% return for the fiscal year. Conversely, both credit and real assets and inflation hedges experienced a reduction in fees, not necessarily performance-driven, but primarily driven by general rebalancing activity and increased allocations to private market strategies within those categories. If we go to the next slide. So fee changes for risk reduction and mitigation and our overlays and hedges categories were relatively subdued. The year-over-year changes you see were mainly due to account value fluctuations driven by market performance. It's worth noting, however, that we should anticipate a slight uptick in fees in our risk mitigation category in next year's report, as our policy target will have increased from 19% to 24%. Next slide. And then unlike risk mitigation, our real estate title holding company assets experienced a decrease in management fees as expected and will continue to decline as we transition out of those legacy assets. So LACERA's total public market fees amounted to $41 million. When including real estate title holding company assets, the total is adjusted to $54 million, reflecting an overall decrease of $6 million or 11% from the prior fiscal year. Slide 15 offers further details on the distributions of these costs and how each sub-asset category contributed to the year-over-year change. So starting with the chart on the left, trustees will observe that growth and credit account for the bulk of our public market fees, comprising 70% of the total as of fiscal year end. And the waterfall chart to the right highlights these categories as the primary drivers of the $3.4 million net decrease. And then lastly, on slide 16 depicts the historical cost for LACERA's public markets and real estate title holding company assets. The bar chart shows that costs have generally declined or remained flat in nearly all asset categories over a 3-year period, with global equity being the main exception due to factors mentioned on the prior slide. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time. Welcome any questions or comments from trustees.
Gotcha, good stuff. So is there a, from the particular fee minimization efforts on behalf of the organization, are you able to capture what we would have paid absent those efforts? You know, like can we kind of quantify that, yeah, our fees were 41 million, but, you know, save for our intent focus on fee saving, it might have been 56 or whatever else. Can we, how do we kind of claim a little bit of the credit from that perspective, John? Is that possible?
I recall, I think it was 2019 at the offsite, we had a session on fee efficacy. It's a difficult calculation to run a what if.
Yeah.
And pardon me, a lot of it is also predicated upon kind of market general performance. So it's challenging. With that said, I think we're always trying to come up with ways to have better insight into the portfolio and at least anecdotally share, like we did last month with the growth structure review, that our co-investment program saved better part of $100 million and outperformed. But it's something that will keep as a to-do, and it's part of our strategic initiatives to how best to articulate that.
Yeah. fair enough. I mean, definitely makes sense from a strategic intent perspective. And it also aligns with the type of investments you're asking us to support in terms of staff to be able to do more direct investments for the purposes of minimizing the fees on those type of transactions. So Trustee Fay, did you have something?
Yeah, actually, something that isn't on the slide, but actually that you were saying earlier, I think is one of the easiest ways to show it. Carried interest, management fees, fund expenses, add them all up at over $100. How much does that total cost? I think even though it would be the back of the envelope kind of method, if you were to say that it was 2.5% and it used to be 2.7%, and we could just take it against the assets that we hold, that could be an easy, like a back of the envelope way to like calculate not what the actual number is, but how much we're actually saving. Because this is actually really good work. I think this actually makes a big difference for us.
Anything else? Trustee Me?
Definitely that kind of measure is great. I concur, if we have a kind of measurement to in a larger scale to see the improvement, but however, in a smaller scale, individual investment observation that report back to us, I do see a lot of like almost every single transaction investment that we made, our team negotiate amazing terms and fee. So like great job. I see that. Yeah. So I do have going into the I do have a couple comments on a few slides on the appendix. Maybe you can help me understand there. Let's go to page 18, appendix 1. All right. So I'm looking at this one, hedge fund managers, HBK Multi-Strategy Fund LP. I'm looking at this table here among this peer group. This is one of this older fund, 2018, 6 years old. And I see that we have contributed like $550 million to them. I do see a lot of fees incur. I understand it incur as they go. However, I have not seen any cash distribution. I'm just curious about what's the trends there, how does the cash distribution work, and how come this one does not have any in such a long time?
As it relates to hedge fund vehicles are different than private equity vehicles. Private equity vehicles are limited life where we commit capital, the GP, the general partner invests it and then returns the capital. These hedge funds are more evergreen, that we invest with them and that investment exists until we redeem it. So the investment is performing, but the model is not to return capital like a private equity style vehicle.
So it was our decision that we didn't want to withdraw.
It's the industry structure.
Okay. Next appendix 2. There's only one there. Similar question. This one, global equity. Let's start. 2016. I'm assuming similar. We have not have any cash distribution. Of course, managers on in fee. Let's go on.
I can take that one. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chris.
Yes, Saviano is an activist manager, and similar to the hedge fund industry, that manager was given money to make large investments in publicly traded companies. And then once they exited that, they would then reinvest. We recently redeemed all of our capital from that manager, and it was a redemption of $575 million. So over the years, we made a little over 2 times our money on that investment, and I think it was about 11% return.
I see. Thank you. One more, go into appendix 3. Excuse me, I do read the appendix. The 4th one from the bottom, counting from the bottom. This investment manager here, I do not see any fund committed or, we contribute there, distribute there. However, I do see on the fee on the right side of the table. What's the situation there? Do we just pay fee without service and without any investment with them?
Yeah, so stable asset management, it's also stated on appendix 1, the hedge fund slide. So there are separate account emerging manager, program manager / advisor. So we didn't want to add in amounts for capital committed, contributions, so forth, because the sub-managers are also in the list of managers and vehicles. So we don't, to avoid double counting, we dash it out. But the fees that you do see on the line item for stable are the fees that specifically are paid to stable for their advisory.
Got it. Thank you. That's all question I have. Thank you, Chair.
All right, fellow colleagues, any additional questions for John and Calvin while we have them? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, so everything else was permission or for information only. In terms of the reports, was there any interest on behalf of fellow trustees here? I know it's long and it's burning, and I keep thinking there should be a margarita machine playing in the background somewhere, but the or eggnog perhaps. But the do we have any reports that need to be pulled? We're good? Okay. All right. So then as we move through the items for staff review then. There being none, hang in there, folks. We're almost there. Items for future agendas. Good of the order 2024. Although I can't claim the very last meeting because Trustee Martin has the last meeting via her audit committee meeting through there. So some of us will see each other tomorrow here in Pasadena yet again on that piece. But good of the order before we go to executive session to complete out our things there. So we'll start with Trustee Me again.
I mean, a quick comment. I know I talk a lot. So the NC Per conference happened in January in DC. I participated last year. It was a great event. You know, there's an event that NC Per would organize all the meetings with the conference office. You can just go there and speak on behalf of members, advocate what's matter to them. So I do encourage all my colleagues here, if you can make it, that's a great conference to join, you know, in January. The second note is that holiday season. I want to wish everyone, you know, happy holidays. And I know you probably the provider of your family, holidays are all about family. And then when you think about LACERA being a big family and LACERA here, the people here in this building there, we are the provider to our 200,000 members and then the family. So for what you do amazing work, meaningful work, and continue to do what you do. I just want to say thank you on behalf of members. That's all.
Trustee Gatto, no. Trustee Martin? Do we still have Trustee Rue on here? Or is he already? Okay, so I got Trustee Martin, do you have any, or excuse me, Trustee Ginsburg, do you have anything? Happy holidays, Trustee Fay?
Yep, just want to wish everybody happy holidays. Thank you all for your help in my first 3 months. I'm excited to be here. And I wish Mr. Fay luck because this is his last meeting. Is this your last meeting? Yes. So I just wanted to wish him luck. Thanks.
It was Langton stealing my thunder. No, it's all good. No, it's all good. So then staff-wise, yes, John.
I would first, happy holidays, everyone. Want to Pierce here. Yes, I want to introduce a new member of the team.
Oh, awesome.
Pierce Smith, who's over my right shoulder, on your left, joined us at the beginning of the month. Pierce is a member of our stewardship team. He joins us from Franklin Templeton to where he was a senior member of their global stewardship team. You know, I think that Pierce in many ways brings a lot to LACERA, variety of perspectives in that he's in many ways a citizen of the world. He's, I believe, an Australian citizen, educated or lived in Hong Kong, educated in the UK. So I think that's not all of us have that, but maybe the most unique thing is Pierce may be our first former professional athlete. He was a professional sailor, and the skill to we need to know when to pull the sails in or let him out. and hopefully he can give us a proper guidance on whether I'm letting him in or letting the sails out, and that we're all working on the appropriate sail at the same time. So welcome aboard, and we're excited about expanding our stewardship team.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. Welcome aboard, Pierce. All right, then. So last meeting, thank you all for bearing through, I think, which will be the longest meeting of my tenure, 1 o'clock. But just want to say what a pleasure it was. You know, I remember teasing Trustee Knox when he let me know that he was retiring, and that in seniority terms, I was next in line for the chair. I said, is this actually a baton or is this a grenade? And it has definitely been a baton, challenging, obviously, with new members. I had the benefit of being able to take a very slow walk in my own kind of trustee education because of all the seniority that was there. But I've enjoyed working with my colleagues here in this role, gotten a chance to appreciate the level of professionalism and dedication that the senior staff does. I think Stephen and I, we probably had like 2 conversations ever prior to, like a meaningful conversations prior to being chairman. And then, of course, the chairman's role, you get much more visibility into other things going on in the organization. I appreciate Stephen's professionalism, John likewise, and the regular calls and the regular pre-meetings and the post-meetings and the debriefs and all the things that go along with being chair that I wish Jason was here to hear so he knew exactly what he was coming into. But yeah, just appreciate the level of dedication and the level of preparation, which I think I underestimated in the chairman's role, that the staff allocates towards their preparation for the board and board presentations and the board meetings and the offsites. And that's something that I'm hoping that we continue to make sure that that's always respected in terms of how we prepare and how we engage and how we interact with the staff. I also want to say, and again, in Santos's absence, likewise, having an opportunity to engage with him on a more consistent basis in the role as the chair. I think all of us, by virtue of seniority, if it all works out, we're all going to have a turn in the chair at that level. And I think you'll appreciate the depth that I've come to appreciate over this last year. And then finally to to Trustee Fay, new dad, brought some real estate experience, Supervisor Mitchell appointee, enjoyed getting to know him and appreciate his talents best. Hopefully in the year cycle that Supervisor Mitchell is out, that you'll be welcomed, reappointed and welcome back. We could definitely use your insight. So with that being said, just happy holidays, which again is a short for happy holy days. I know there's multiple faiths that may be represented in the room or that in the public that we see. It is that time of year to enjoy, embrace your family, be thankful for health and wealth to the degree that it was prevalent for you this year. And with that, let this be the end of the Jones chairmanship. We look forward to the green chairmanship come January. Thank you very much. What's that? Oh, closed session. That's right, closed session. So clear the room once again, and then we'll finish out our business here. So let's go to the closed session at 10 after. 10 after. One more chance for a bio.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, no, it's
Test 1, 2.